put the repeater in there, so I have me a walkie-talkie. Anyway, we got one. It's got everything in there and it's working fine.
Are you at home right now?
I'm at home.
Well, you don't have far to shoot your signal, so sounds pretty good. You fixing houses today?
What?
Did you fix on some houses today?
No, we went and looked up another little project. It's small, just need to pull the commode, cut the bad spot out of the floor for it sinking, and put it all pieces back all back up so they can use it. I mean, they're using it now, but it leaks. Anyway, other than that, we still got a little bit left on the Bradley house, and we'll be finished with it.
You'll have to take pictures of that mansion. Before and after. Probably too late for the before, I guess.
The before, she's got it on her phone or somewhere, so I'm going to try to get her to give me the befores and add the afters. So, yeah, it changed it up highly. I mean, new house inside this basically.
Tell her you need to build your portfolio.
She'll get it. She's a real good person and been working with us for 6 years on that project on and off. So when she calls me when she wants to spend some more of her money that she earns, so yeah, it all works out.
How's your wife doing?
She's hanging in there. It's just, yeah, it's little bouts of little dizziness every once in a while. I don't know, their legs are kind of get weak sometimes. Anyway, I feed her every day, try to anyway. Sometimes she gets something out of the refrigerator and eats it. I eat something else, but anyway, yeah, trying to take care of her, get her built back up where she can get up and do her own thing.
Yeah, you're doing good at those honeydews.
That's what I told them when I first stood up to the podium and the preacher gave me all the words to honor and take care of her and all that stuff, so I'm doing my part.
To love, honor, and cherish.
That's part of it there too.
Yeah, Eric made it real clear he wanted to go with traditional vows. So for the woman, it's love, honor, and obey.
Said that to her and she gave me that cocky blue eye look. I said, family either in trouble or it's going to work out. I had to recount all that. I think it was 45. He was maybe going 46.
When's your anniversary?
November 27th. We were married in 1981.
It'll be 45 years, right?
That's what I'd come up with.
I should know. I don't ever think about it, but that was the year I was born.
Born in that 81. That's my son was born. No, we was married in 81. He was 7 years later when he was born.
Yeah, I'm really showing myself. Shouldn't be telling my age like that. But I always say, as long as I don't look my age, I'm doing okay.
Yeah, he's still young. I'm 67, so you're 47 or 45. So how it goes.
Well, earlier I decided to cut up part of my soap that I made to sell at the Handfest. I think I gotta let it cure some more. I hope it does okay. I used some of it to wash my hands, kind of see how it did. I hadn't tried my other batch, my experimental batch. I ain't cut it up yet.
I tell you what, listen to his radio, and 8-8, it has got some clearest audio that I've heard. And supposed to be 8 watts. I chose 10 watts key down.
It really does sound good. I thought you were talking on a home-based station like I'm on, my N5CG. I didn't think you were on a handheld, but it sounds good. Sounds clear.
I'm glad it does. I tore my station apart on field day last year. And I come back in there and just throw all the stuff back in the hole, and I didn't even put nothing back together since then. And one of these days I'll get it all cleaned out and reorganized, get ready for the next Handfest so I can do it again, I guess.
Well, what you having a little hissy fit like that for? You know you're supposed to put stuff back the way you had it.
When I go all the time, go, and plus I got extra chores now, so I'm wore out when I get home. I don't feel like on weekends I just want to rest, so you know how it goes. And one of these days I get my base station up and maybe try some contacts, FM contacts or something on HF or something.
Yeah, I've been meaning to get out to the shop and do some more HF or DX or something, but I don't know. All I've been doing is filing tax returns and trying to go see my mom, and I try to do some things around the house, and I get the daily maintenance done, but sometimes that's just about it. I told myself I was going to go weed eating, finish weed eating, but I didn't do it. I know how it is when you're tired and you get home, and the list never ends sometimes. So hopefully I can get some more of that done. Maybe Eric can get some of his projects out of the way. But I'm not going to rush them.
They're coming due time. Sometimes you just gotta have a semi-half messy house. Well, my downstairs anyway, my radio room. And, got Bluetooth laptops that I've collected. I need to go through them, steal the hard drive and memory and all that stuff. Get rid of a bunch of them. And I had to take some of it out of here, and then I got other stuff in here. Take care of. One of these days I might have a fairly clean ham room in here. We'll just have to see how it goes.
You gonna do anything for field day this summer?
Probably will. I'd just see, wait for the day, see what's going to take place. If it's going to be raining and thunderstorm, I probably won't.
Is it in June? I can't remember exactly when.
Weekend in June.
Maybe Eric and I can... I've been wanting to take us and do a vacation in Albert Pike, maybe do a photo or something. Maybe we can do it then, turn it into a field day thing. I wanted to go hiking on the winding stairs, maybe do some radio testing with him planted somewhere down in the valley, I don't know. We'll just have to figure it out, because Agatha's wanting to do volleyball, and she's going into 7th grade, and then they're starting practice in July, and I'm like, when did this happen? They sent her home with fundraising paperwork. I'm like, you're not even on the team yet.
I hear you. Maybe if we get together sometime, you guys and we guys and look out and try to do one of the fox hunts or a couple of them. Take a weekend if everybody got a weekend off to do, or whatever day we can make it on, and set up a radio and see if we can find out where it's at. What's that sound like to you?
I want to hide the transponder first, or whatever it is, beacon, I don't know what you use.
I think N5CG's got a little beacon set up, and get it set up somewhere and get our antennas and DB things to, lower the signal and find out as we get closer to it where we pick it up, and just have a little fun, and maybe have a little meal after that or something, quick meal in a park somewhere. I don't know. It sounds good. Get everybody to do it. It'd be great.
Yeah, I can pack us a picnic basket. Eric showed me a picture of that on one of those little fox hunts, and then he was like, you could hold this Yagi out the window, and I'm like, yeah, Eric, because I'm sure I'd look really cool doing that.
Right down that. Yeah, that sounds like the plan anyway. Might grow legs and we'll try it out, but let me identify before I get in trouble with FCC and 5BP.
7, Charlie Alpha Tango for ID. Or is, who is it, Steven or Bobby? Bobby says for license preservation.
I hear you on that. Yep. They do like to let you know if they catch you. Hey, y'all need to do a little more IDing like the rules say. And we can help you out on that part of it.
Well, I figure as much as we're on the radio and I'm one of the few women, if you can't figure out who I am, then you don't need to know me.
You're one of the great ladies that will get in there and shoot a rag with everybody else, and I enjoy that, you know, talking to women or men, you know, it don't matter, just have a good conversation. And I like to see, you know, women partake being a ham operator. You know, if they got their license, they might as well join in and, you know, try to raise more people up, you know, more females if they're licensed, and it'd be fun.
I wish more older gentlemen shared your view on that, but I don't believe it's the case. At least not for the majority.
Hold your own, I guarantee you. So we're glad to have you on our repeater, and you do great on there. So I've been out of it and out of ham radio for a while, and then get back in it and get bored with it again, get out of it a while. Well, speaking of getting in, I gotta get my node and all that set up.
You hadn't done that just yet?
Yeah, I got my node set up on the computer, but I haven't got my Pi and all that configured up, and I was having problems. Let's see, but I got to have my own area put in, you know, my own, what do you call it, well, our internet connection. You got to have all that code on your bill, and then get in there and have it all fixed up. Or some of that's Greek to me, so I'm time out here.
Are you talking about like opening up the ports or port forwarding?
Put all your, what do you call that thing up there? Your internet comes in. Oh, the modem. Your modem. Anyway, you gotta get all that set up in there. Your bill and then on the air and all that stuff, so they know where you're at.
Yeah, you're talking about setting up the router. Who's your internet provider down there? I can't remember.
Fast speed, but I'm fixing to get the fiber optics in there, so it'll be another company, Connex or some kind of weird name. Did I get that
Yeah,
right or
I
not?
think Eric had to do a little little setup finagling on our fiber, but it wasn't too bad to set up. He kind of, whenever we went to Russellville Hamfest, and we helped Tim, Eric helped Tim do some port forwarding and stuff on his router. That was a little more difficult. Tim had to get in contact with his internet service provider and get some things switched over, I think. But it eventually got done.
Yeah, that's why I like to get mine. So if I go anywhere in the continental USA, I can at least put a note in there and get back to where I need to catch up with everybody around here.
Yeah, the radio I'm talking on is actually going through Eric's node. And when I get on the repeater phone a lot, as long as there's not a problem, I'll connect to his node through his call.
Roger. It's all Greek to me, and I'm kind of trying to learn it. It's just, I'm just old-fashioned type guy that I can do a little bit of computer stuff, but not very much, so mostly look at the screen and see what's on.
Hey, I'm proud of you. I'm really proud of you. There's a lot of guys in Arkansas who either won't or can't, learn new things. They don't want to read a book, I guess, or learn how to fix their own stuff up. So, I know it feels foreign to you, but you probably know a lot more than I do. In fact, I'm pretty sure you know a lot more than I do about it, at least when it comes to the radio side.
I know a little bit, but radio's pretty good, but going in there, programming stuff in the computer, to make this all work, I never did write any programs or anything like that, so I'm learning that. I know how to turn the thing on and download programs that I want, and so, a lot of things, and thought I knew it all, but I discovered I didn't. There's a lot more to it.
Well, I was picking on Roger the other day. He got that, what brand of radio is it? It escapes my mind. I'll think of it in a minute. Anyways, he wasn't happy with the size of the screen. It was too small for him to see well. And some other things he wasn't happy with it. Anyway, I told him, I picked on him about being a simple man. He's like, I am a simple man. And I was like, well, I'm sure I got a radio housing around here and some crystals somewhere. He's like, well, I ain't quite that simple.
I hear you. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. He was telling us about, I know it wasn't any tone, it was Trevis or some kind of, it's a new radio, I think, that he come up, but is that about right to you?
Eric just told me it's an Alenco. That's what it was that he wasn't happy with. He's sending it back.
Bingo. Years ago, they was fair radios, but they never did hold up real good. And yeah, it's this screen here on this walk might be inch and a half square.
Well, I was just informed that I've got old news. He got it figured out and got it working, so I'm happy for him because I think he was going to have to pay like a 15% or more restocking fee, so that's good on him.
You have to put your glasses on when you read some of these. But that's alright too. As long as you got it on the right frequency, you're ready to go.
Well, I'm going to go lay down and go to bed. I got to get up early. Well, actually, no, I get to sleep in an hour. Agatha doesn't have school for Good Friday. Something I never got when I was a kid. We had to go to school, so. But I'm going to go ahead and go to bed and enjoy my little extra hour and enjoy my coffee in the morning. Hopefully you do the same, and I hope your wife gets even better. KG7CAT clear. And we'll have to do that fox hunt sometime. You have to let me know, you and Mike.
Dokey. Yeah. Anyway, have a safe trip up there to work, and that extra hour you get to sleep in. Just, yep, we enjoy it, and we'll kick you all tomorrow maybe. Now I got a radio going again. I got to set my anytone back in and see if they can fix it. That's the last time I dropped it, the sound went out of it, so I don't know what happened there. Something broke loose, but anyway, 73s, enjoyed it, and have a good night's rest. And Jennifer, N5CG.
Well, hopefully it's just something as simple as a speaker cable or something on the inside. Alright, I'll catch you tomorrow.
N5CG.
N5CG. This is the Central AR Radio Emergency Net W5DI repeater in West Little Rock.
K5SWC monitors.
N5CG.
J5 OLC mobile. How you doing this? Almost said how you doing this morning. It's been a long day. How you doing this evening? K5SWT. Oh, not doing too bad. Just got out of the Masonic Lodge meeting down here in Benton. That was a really, really long meeting tonight. I'm more curious to see how this radio is sounding. How's it sounding? Doing a good job. I can tell you going down the road. I mean, just basic, flutter, like analog signal does. Good. Neato. That's really good to hear because this is a Motorola APX 6000. I just got it in yesterday, and I got the programming cable in today, and threw this repeater in on here real quick, and I was just wanting to make double sure that this thing was working. I had everything set up right. Yep, doing a good job. What you doing? Just running rubber duck antenna? So, I'm sorry, though. That's what you're running is just a handheld rubber duck antenna. Yes, sir. Just a little rubber duck on top of it. Just doing a good job. Sounds good. Glad you like it. Know a lot of people that do that. They just like the Motorola's. Me personally, I'll be honest with you. I don't miss the Motorola. I had a Motorola, carried a Motorola from 2004. Then we went to A5FM. That was still a Motorola from 2006 to 2022 or so, 2021 maybe. And we got these tapes, the Tate 9400 series, and I do not miss the Motorola at all. I just don't. But that's just me. Now, if I run across a good deal on a Motorola, but I do too much with, different stuff with ham radio that it wouldn't really benefit me either the way I'd want to have set it up. So I just don't miss them. Yeah, my only gripe about this radio is that the programming software for it is just so complex, and that programming software for that bow thing that I have is so much easier to use than this thing. But man, the sound quality from this thing is just it's really, really good. Yeah, over the bow thing, there's no comparison. If I told you, if you didn't know, if I didn't tell you that I was talking on one of these Chinese GD77 radios right now, could you tell it?
No, sir. The audio is really clear, and that's another thing that impresses me about the Chinese bow-frame radios is that the audio quality from their, you know, when you talk into them, what's heard on the other end is clear.
Yep. I can tell if somebody's talking on a UV5R all day long. Now, I don't know if it's a brand new one of the ones that they've recently come out with, I might not be able to tell. But if they're talking on a UV5R that's at least a year or so old, I can tell you they own it when they unkey.
Yes, sir. I have a Valtank A5FM, which is basically the bigger UV5R, and a DMR radio, the DM32. Those are the two both things that I have. I have a little UV5R, but it just ain't powerful enough to reach stuff around here. But yeah, they are surprisingly good for the price that you pay for them, and I like them.
For the price, they're not bad. The only drawback is, which I think they've had to go back and relook at this, a lot of your businesses and stuff are getting them because they're so cheap. And then they just programmed out of the box, and then they find out the hard way that you're really not supposed to be doing that. But anyway, other than that though, guess you headed on to the house, ain't you?
Yes, sir. As a matter of fact, I just
I heard that you got a little noisy then. I still heard you, but you had a little bit more noise on you that time. But your radio's sounding good, though.
Well, that is good to hear and comforting to hear that the amount that I paid for this dadgum thing, and I'm getting my money's worth out of it. That's awesome. Our house is kind of up on a hill a little bit, so I should be okay. I'm out of the truck now, but hopefully still getting out. But I'm going to go ahead and go inside and get to bed. I got to get up for work in the morning. So I'm going to lead you back to it. KJ5OLC, and I'm back clear.
All right, Andrew. Well, good to hear you in there. And we'll catch you later on. Take care, and we'll say 73, sir. K5SWT.
73s to you too, sir. KJ5OLC.
KJ4GDN. KG4 station. I didn't catch all you called. Good evening, K5SWT.
Nope, don't know if we keyed up twice. This is KJ4GDN, Kilo Juliet 4 Golf Delta November. Good evening to you.
You did say KJ4, okay. Good evening there. I was working on something. Working on the clothes dry. Well, I ain't working on the clothes dry. I'm working on getting stuff out so I can put some other stuff in. Figured since I was still up, might as well be productive a little bit since I was gone all day. On this project I helped out with this
till about 2 this afternoon. So. Anyway, hey, the name's Stephen here, just out of Pine Bluff, Arkansas. I think you and Tim talked quite a bit, I believe. A couple more of them.
Yes, sir. Name here is Justin out of Little Rock, Arkansas. They've mentioned you, so it was good to put a voice to the person. Laundry is a thing, man. Especially at nighttime. I don't know why, it just is.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can't do certain things outside, like other people. I'm blind also. I don't know if I'm sure you heard that by now, but so I helped do this. We had a deal at our church this evening. We had a guy come in, and he does what they call it's called Wild Horse Ministry. And what he does, he breaks a horse, but that's not the intent of it. The intent of it is to break a horse, and without getting too into it, which I don't really care, because, somebody gets offended. Well, radio's got a knob and a channel selector on it. But he takes how he trains the horse, and how the horse, is supposed to listen to him and be obedient to him, just like we're supposed to be obedient to God. If those of us that believe and trust in Him and stuff. But anyway, so we had that this evening. Normally we don't have anything on Thursday nights. And then I was busy helping with a search and rescue type operation. Well, it would have been a recovery. But anyway, it's on the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office Facebook page if you want to go look at it without me going into it here. The missing person case is what it is. And they were basically trying to satisfy the family, one more time. And this one thing, that, and the other. So I was involved in that. I was in the mobile command center all day, and was glad I was able to play a small part in, helping with that. Really was.
Yeah, well, that sounds pretty interesting right there. That's pretty neat, that guy's ministry, how it teaches a message of obedience for us Christians. I know sometimes, and then we're stubborn on top of the strolling, it's human. But, yeah, I had a prayer call. We have a prayer team at our church, and I have a prayer call on Thursday evenings. It's just over the phone, but yeah, we're just outside of the outskirts of Little Rock. I don't know if you heard, but I'm 1 mile from Pulaski County and into Saline County. So yeah, and I just got my UV390 and got it all set up with Open GD77 and the talking stuff, because I can't see just like you, and it's pretty cool. I just got back from the DMR net, the Arkansas statewide, I think, or Arkansas, what you call it anyway. But yeah, it's been fun to mess around and get back in the hobby here.
check it out. And you can tell a lot by listening to some of his videos, which I say I watch a video. I watch TV just like everybody else. But Paul Daily Horse Ministry is what it is. We're a cowboy church, but now a lot of people, we realize this. A lot of people, when they see the name Whispering Pines Cowboy Church, okay, they're not really sure what to think because they don't know what religion, what beliefs we are. If we're Baptist, Catholic, what? Most of your cowboy churches, and a large part of them in Arkansas, are associated with the Baptist faith. Some of them are not. Now, I'm not saying all of them are not associated with Christian faith. A lot of them are, but there are a few that are not. Anyway, without going into all that, I believe in the power of prayer for sure. That's the reason that I'm here. If it wasn't for prayer, I wouldn't be here. I'd have died before I was 4 hours old. I was so premature and so sick and all that stuff. And God had other plans. And, me and my wife, we lead the music over there. I'm the music guy. Or as somebody said the other day, I'm the musical director. Me and my wife, we do that, and there's a lot of stuff that I can't do that she has to do, because I can't see to do it. So she's pretty involved with it. We got her mom sings with us, and a couple other ladies sing or make a part of the worship team. So that keeps us busy, and I'm one of the elders at the church also, so do that type of stuff. You like that 390. I'm on this GD77 right now. I got 2 battery sports. I've been trying to run the batteries down on them a little bit. But anyway, I don't want to hog the channel or nothing. I'm just, like I said, I'm still wide awake after going all day long and didn't think I would be, but figured I'd get on there and see what was going on. But take a standby, I guess, see if anybody else out there wants to get in.
5, sign out. 5, sign out. Clear N5CG.
Sounds like it's just a tubing. K5SWT KJ4GDN. Yeah, I'm I wear multiple hats at our church too, so I play drums on the worship team, and I help out with all the sound stuff, and kind of wear those hats. And our church is a small church. It's probably 100 members or so, so it ain't big or nothing like that. So doing all that stuff and really helping out it's fun. I enjoy it, and it gives back to the community and outreach and stuff like that. Yeah, I definitely want to look him up and see what that's about. That's interesting, about the horse ministry. And it was pretty neat to play with this 390. I got it on Amazon. I couldn't find a 77, I don't think, and I wanted the 390 because it's just a little more rugged. But I don't know. I need to figure out I want a better voice for it. I have Joey on it right now, and it just kind of sounds a little bit either maybe I chose the wrong speech rate or whatnot, but anyway, I can get a little nerdy sometimes.
K5SWT. I got the clothes in the dryer now, so that was good. But yeah, we've been we're a fairly small church too. We've been averaging about 130, 120 lately. I think on the member roll, we got 100, a little over 100. But then we got some new ones that's been coming too. Of course, Easter, and then like I said, anybody don't want to hear this, radio's got a knob and a power button. You know, everybody will come out Easter. We call them, I refer to them as the CEOs, Christmas, Easter only. Like I say, not offending nobody. Don't mean to, but you know how it is. A lot of people think that, well, I go to church about twice a year and that'll get me in. Well, not the way it works.
Yep, not the way it works at all. Yeah, I was thinking the same. You read my brain. It's CEO Christians, and not trying to offend anybody that might be listening, but it's that's our practice, and that's the God I believe in, and serving His kingdom.
Yeah, you got that right. Guess we'll have to get out the folding chairs. We're actually fixing to look at going to chairs. I hope the vote goes the way that I really believe that it should. We're not going to get rid of all the pews right now, but we're going to look at getting 100 chairs to start off with. To me, it makes more sense. It's just the way that goes nowadays. There are other churches that have done it, even not just our church, the way our church is set up. Even your traditional, churches have started doing it. It's just the way to go. Some people, have different opinions, but I guess we'll see how the way we have to do it. We have to put it out there for people to vote for a week. And come on, dog. Okay. We have to put it out there for people to vote for a week and put their name in a box or put it on a piece of paper. And we, I guess, tally them up. After service Sunday, we got an Easter egg hunt right after church. And the guy that's over our arena, that's where we host a couple of, a couple of rodeos a year too for different things, and he's wanting to have different activities in the arena. So they got 3,000, yeah, I said 3,000 eggs. And depending on what egg you get, some of them have prizes already in them. Candy and little tattoos and stuff. But then other ones have bigger prizes that'll be given away. They're going to give away a scooter and a bicycle and I don't know what all.
Well, that's exciting. That's a lot of eggs. Goodness me. KJ4GDN. say you guys were going from pews to chairs? That might be a good move, and I hope your vote goes well, because those pews can be pretty hard on the behind.
I think all the pews we got them for little or nothing, and some of them was donated to us. Some of them are pretty long, and they're just in the way. I would like, if it was up to me, which it's not up to me, if it was up to me and a few other people, we would get rid of all the pews altogether and just go to chairs and be done with it. But we will be able to seat about 60 or 70 more people if we go to go to chairs. And we're going to open up. The sound booth is in the back of the building right now, and it's not built up or nothing. It's basically you got a counter there, but people come up, put their notepad on, write stuff down, kind of gather around and talk. Our sound booth is behind that, kind of up against the back wall. And so we're going to move that. Matter of fact, you've heard Kelly on here, W5RHS, that owns the 120 repeater and the 4.8. He's helping us with that. Helping me get speakers and all that stuff. So that's a big help. I don't know. I know enough about that to know if it sounds good and to keep it going. We got a couple of guys that know how to run it, just enough to make it sound good and not sound just like we're just real bad singing. So anyway, it's just going to be a lot better, I think. So we'll see how it goes. I know before lunch Sunday how it goes. I'm gonna be kind of disappointed if it don't go the way that, so we can get them. I mean, we've already priced them. We've already figured out the money situation as far as what budget we're gonna take some of it out of and all that. I think it'll pass. Now, there are people dead set against it, but I think it's the way to go. I've been to 2 or 3 other churches that have went to chairs. We got a big, there's another church in town called the Family Church. Actually, they got a couple of campuses. And they have chairs. And that's the way to go. Because if you had something special event or something there in the sanctuary, 5 sign out, clear. I've got my radio. Anyway, especially the way our sanctuary is set up, then you could move stuff around a lot easier temporarily. K5SW2.
Yep. KG4GDN. You definitely could move things around more with chairs. They're a lot more flexible. And as far as your sound and things go, that's pretty cool that Kelly's helping you out with that. I've had my share of running sound and mixing and equalizing, and I kind of tuned my ears because, well, that's all I got. I was born blind, and I've been playing drums since I was 4 and learned all my scales in concert band and middle school and high school, and it just kind of stuck. I was talking about meeting Kelly one day. He kept talking about getting together a little bit, bits, and maybe that might happen. That'd be kind of neat. I also talked to Jason, W5DI, this afternoon. We had a good old conversation. KJ4GDN. I'm familiar with a little bit of Pine Bluff because my late wife was from Whitehall. So I went down there a number of times.
Okay, who was some of her people, her family, if you don't mind? I might have heard of them.
Her maiden name was Holland, Holland, and so there's Mike and Marty as her mom and her dad, and was her mom and her dad. They live in Whitehall. Right on.
I know the last name very well, and I don't know them particularly. Never heard of them, but I know the last name. I'm sure that's where West Holland and East Holland Avenue come from. So I do know the last name.
I don't know if they had any say or do in the streets. Katie never mentioned that. I do know that her dad's dad was the chief of police down there at one point. I can't remember. It's been a little while. It's been a little while back, and I can't ask her because she's passed on. So yeah. So just kind of getting along here.
Her dad, you don't remember what was her dad's name?
Her dad's name was Perry Holland.
Yeah, I've heard of that name too. It's a small world, but yeah, I'm very familiar with Whitehall. My daughters go to school there. My wife works there at the middle school, teaching the teacher. So I'm very familiar with it. We go there. Well, they go there every day, and I'm there pretty regular. Which it's nothing to go. A lot of people, they make a comment, well, I got to go out to Whitehall. Well, dadgum, it ain't 12 miles down the road. To hear some people talk, it's 100 miles up the road. Oh, man, I got to go all the way up to Whitehall to get so-and-so. Well, dadgum, it ain't that far. Come on. Anyway, it's 25 minutes from me, where I'm at. I don't know where everybody else is, and I figured Roger would be on. I know Kelly's off, but I figured Roger would be on here with us or somebody. Oh, well, maybe they done went to bed, too.
Could be that, JF.
K5TL.
Sure. Roll in as the end.
A5SWT, nothing come back to.
And them both jumped in there, and I said, here we are. I don't know what happened to you.
Said K5TEL and Melvin said K0MFM.
And you called them out.
None of that.
Even in
right there, nobody else. Good evening, everybody. Melvin, how you doing down there? Up there, down there, wherever you are right now.
Oh, I'm definitely down here. Can't really go too much further to the east, and I'll be over in the ocean. But I'm doing all right. Just sitting here watching a little news, and be getting ready to go to bed here directly.
Well, go about 90 miles across there, and you can say hi to us from Cuba.
You're exactly right. It ain't that far.
Hang on a minute. Tim, what is that noise when he keys up? Are you hearing that?
I heard it too. It was wham. I didn't really recognize it. I wasn't really paying attention. Let's listen a little closer. I'm on the N5CG, so.
Sounds like you.
I definitely heard the KG5DPK and it sounds like
sounds pretty neat.
very high pitched. Wee.
I'm on the 380 right now. Give me a minute and I'll grab another radio and see if you still hear it in there. Hit that button right below the PTT and hit that arrow key one time and go up to power. Hit your one next to the menu button, one on the top. It's probably running about 50 milliwatts or 1 watt. It needs to be up a little higher. Those radios don't like to run low power.
It sounds pretty neat myself.
Wait a minute, Roger, what you got in the background?
Hit the wrong button.
He's trying to go home. He's going home.
You know good well I know what that was.
Might have been in a hurry going home, huh?
You know, old Uncle Mike would have been proud of you just then.
I just had to do that. I couldn't help it.
0MFM. You still hearing that noise in there? Switch radios.
No, don't
No,
switch
but your
radios.
audio's a lot
Switch the
lower.
other one.
Remember when people used to do different things to their microphones to cause them to make a little tiny noise like that when they keyed up, so they could, when they keyed up, everybody know who it was back in the old 11 meter days. But I like that. It goes, ding. I know every time he keyed up.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It's like a trademark. It's a whang.
Wish my radio would do that.
Of course, I didn't hear it or able to hear it, so I have no idea what it was. I don't get on here very much. Usually by this time we're pretty much wound down for the day. Considering it's 12 o'clock already here.
11 o'clock here. Where are you at? KJ4GD.
I'm about just shy of 20 miles from the east coast here in Jacksonville, Florida.
Oh yeah, it's that winding down time, that's for sure.
Roger, you should have been over here with me today in the mobile command center about all day.
If I hadn't had to work, that's where I'd have been, all right. I'd love that. Did y'all use a mic channel?
We did use a MAC channel. Sure did. It wasn't a lot of traffic. Honestly, you didn't miss anything. But I'm going to get Kelly to get the traffic because it all got picked up along with some stuff out of Arkansas and Tennessee border too, a little bit. But it all got picked up there on Luke's MAC channel feed thing on Broadcastify. I done listened to it. Listen to somebody make a total embarrassed herself statewide on MAC call because she didn't know what she was doing.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me down there. Yeah, they had an alligator they were looking for or trying to get or something over in Louisville. Yeah, I thought I heard something on the mic channel one time, but I really need an A5FM radio. I could have went directly over there to it. And, but, yeah, the scanner won't let me select it, so nobody had one selected up here, so. But I was listening to all that, hoping I could pick that up, but I didn't think about it. Didn't know if y'all were on one or not. Had about a turned on Luke's feed, I guess. It's interesting. I can hear all the Adam traffic, but I hardly ever hear Mike call on the mic channels. Every once in a while I do that. The Marshal Services was working a deal up Van Buren, and I could hear them the other day.
I'm going to get Kelly to get it where I don't have to send you, 8 or 9 little files. I'll get him to get it and put it all together. But, yeah, Roger, you'd like that command center. I'll see if we do something one day again, or if they do it, get it out for some kind of, special event. You'd enjoy looking around in there. It's just basically a 40-foot travel trailer, basically, or something sort of like that, converted into mobile command. Got a bunch of A5FM radios in.
Yeah, I could have field day in that thing. But there's no ham radios in it.
Not right now. There's not anymore. Notice I said not right now. But that possibly could change since I know the new operations commander real well. So me and Brandon down here probably could change that.
N5CG.
Well, I'd put a TYT 9600 in it so you could operate it.
Get your, and then I'd put a 991 Alpha Yaesu in there also.
CAUHF.
In an emergency, you can take reports over it.
I don't, yeah, I'd have to look at, we'd have to look at it and see what all we could do. But yeah, I was in there by myself for quite a bit. You know, which, like I said, it wasn't a lot of traffic. I talked on the radio maybe a total of 10, 15 times while I was there. So it wasn't real bad. I kept a log, Tim, I kept a log on my phone just in the notepad, and just kept it in the notepad, and then put it into AI when I got it home this evening, and there it is.
All this stuff is so fascinating. A5FM and what's a Mac channel? I'm pretty new at it. KJ4GDN. I can learn, but I've done a little bit of reading on digital stuff. But I was more of an analog person.
I've been analog for 33 years, but now I've ended up with 5 DMR radios and N5CG, and I'm kind of loving all this stuff. It's pretty neat. You can sit here on a walkie-talkie and talk anywhere on the face of the earth.
Yeah, I think that's what y'all need. There's a 9600 because you could operate it. 991 would be great, but we can't really, well, you sort of can, but not really operate it.
Yeah, we did have internet in there on a, I don't know what they use. It's not Starlink, it's something else that they had before Starlink come out. It worked, and I was able to do Wi-Fi calling. Of course, they probably was not activated, turned on, but I had access to a satellite phone sitting right there in front of me. Pretty cool being in there, pretty neat. Like, cool like the way it's set up, and cool air conditioning too. SWT. Tim went up Mall Mill yesterday. I could have talked to you, but we made a quick trip up there and back. I was in a vehicle with a Yaesu something other mobile radio in it, whatever Brandon's got. JJ told him to get it, but we had the radio on, was scanning everything. Wasn't nobody on, nothing. But 120 picked up real good when we come back through C.A.R.E.N. But we, like I said, we was on a mission to get up there and back. I was back home by I was back home by noon.
Well, now maybe they'll just get you money so you can get the 1KE and hope they like the radios. And, yeah, you'll be set then. But, yeah, you should have talked to us there. I was probably around somewhere. And, glad it all worked out for you.
Heard send that 380 up there to Bobby. I've been using mine all day long. It works great and I love it.
Waiting on it.
I'm gonna send it up there. I ain't gonna put it off either. I'm definitely gonna send it up there. He's willing to program it and send it back. Actually, I'm not gonna send it up there. Georgia is down there.
Stephen, you want me to add the Forestry Commission in your area to your code plug down there? I don't know if I added it or not, but I can add it in before and send you the code plug again if you want. I don't know if you wanted the Forestry Commission or not.
Well, I'd love to have the Forestry Commission. I really would. It's 151, 1975, and 152 something is operation. I'd like to get the tones and stuff, but I can get that later on. But the only problem is we don't have an Arkansas Forestry Commission anymore. You have to add the Arkansas Department of Agriculture Division of Forestry.
Sentinel, it still shows Arkansas Forestry Commission, so I got all the frequencies from them, and I think I even have your tone for the 151.9. Yeah, it's even, I don't have the 152 frequency, the other one, but I got that one. It even has the PL tone.
I'll send you the 152 frequency, or 150. Brandon sent that gum thing to me, so I'll send it. But anyway, the other station out there. Melvin, you still awake for, well, I don't want to leave you out.
Yeah, I'm about to jump out of here. Y'all have a good night over there in the Beach State, Arkansas. We'll catch you next time, maybe, I'm around. This will be C.A.R.E.N. Talk to you later. K5TO.
N5CG.
Yeah, the other station, I don't remember the guy's name. One up there in Little Rock up there. K5SWD.
I'd assume that'd be me, KJ4GDN. You'll get it eventually. That's Justin. You're Steven. I'm Justin. Just Steven.
I got you now. What in the world? Tim, I guess you sent this to... You can click send separately or send a group, and I think you must have sent this to a group here.
Yep. Because I wanted to send it also, just to see if anybody responded to it. Did you listen to it? I don't know how they got that voice so good.
hadn't listened to it yet, no. You talking about what the email you sent me or this you sent on Facebook message?
No, what I said on Facebook, it's an April Fool's joke that Donald Trump passed a bill about scanners.
Oh, I got to listen to this. I got to check that out. That's funny. Anyway, I will see what I can work on the ham radio side of things. As far as I know, as far as in public service, there's only 3 of us that are ham operators. It's me, Brandon, and Chad. That's it. As far as I could, do both.
Well, they need a class, but in all reality, if it was a real emergency, then maybe one of y'all would have to be assigned over there to come help. So, it's the way that is. I mean, not everybody was ham operators in the Malvern Command Post either, but they had 2 V710s. What was that radio? I didn't like it a bit. D700.
That's that blue-faced Kenwood.
Did you say, Roger?
Was that them blue-faced Kenwoods? I never did like him. They put 2 of them up there in our room in the 911, but I don't think anybody ever used them.
No, this was the D700. It was made before it, but it didn't program like a standard Kenwood or something. I never could figure out. I went up there in the command trailer with N5CG one day. They wanted us to go out there. They set the trailer up there at the fairgrounds when they got the flu shot. And we operated the radios in it for a while. Had one of them in there, but it wasn't programmed right. I never could get the thing programmed.
I think that 9600 would be the best radio to put in there. I still think I'd try to put that HF rig in there because you never know some kind of, something major happens. You might get a ham to come down there and help that is authorized, qualified to talk on that. So it might be just an added help, but it's better to have it and not ever need it than it is to need it and not have it. My way I look at it.
Okay. Oh yeah, nothing else for a Kenwood 2000 with a speech port in it. Then you'd have 100 watts on VHF and 50 on UHF and HF, but the problem is a 991 Stephen couldn't really operate it.
It's the only one I knew the model number of. But, yeah, if I was going to get one, I'd make sure it had 2 meter 440 in it also. Then there comes the other problem. Well, I guess they could string a wire up in an emergency, and pull it in that way.
Y'all didn't hear him, but go ahead, Melvin.
Well, you could have a mobile antenna on there that does HF. They make antennas, mag mounts, whatever, that'll do HF if you needed to. I mean, all kind of ways you can do it. But, yeah, you could just... But I definitely have a 2 meter 440 in there just to be sure.
They didn't hear you, but I did.
I heard him too. I didn't catch what he said, but I heard him.
Jumped in this conversation from the beginning. I need to know if Tim, if you know if there's going to be a testing session coming up pretty
soon, pretty quick here in the Little Rock area. I got somebody who should be ready to take their test probably by the end of the week. Next week at the latest.
Do they want to go to a testing session, or I mean, if tests online?
Well, because I don't know anything about that. I didn't suggest that to them. But I could drop that because that'd probably work great for them.
Yeah, there's not going to be one next week. I know for a fact there's going to be a testing session at the Russellville club meeting, and that starts at 4 o'clock the third Tuesday. And if you get with Larry, KF5MLP, he can tell him what he needs online. I think he just needs a computer and a camera, but there's probably going to be one. I don't know when the next one is in Little Rock, but I can find out. Get a hold of Daryl Stout, he probably will know.
If you don't mind, shoot me a text with any contact information for either one of those or whatever, and I'll pass it along and let them reach out.
Okay, if they're going to need any special accommodations or anything like that?
It's a totally blind person, so I would imagine. But I'll let them deal with all that.
I didn't know you had in mind, but okay, yeah. I'll let Larry know then, or I'll find out if there's going to be a testing session in Little Rock. If not, like I say, you can take it remotely.
All right, well, send me that information, and I'll pass it along. I appreciate you letting me back in here. I'll be out. K0MFN.
5TL. Hey, Tim, the only thing I found on here was the scanner school thing talking about the calls platform on Broadcastify. I didn't find that other. It should have been in there. I sent it first. It's one of the first messages I sent.
Y'all have a good evening. KJ4G will be clear.
Yeah, have a good evening there, too. We didn't mean to leave you out or nothing to run you off there. K5SWT.
Nope, you definitely didn't run me off or leave me out. I'm just getting a little tired. You know, gotta check my eyelids for holes.
Yeah, I heard that. Well, have a good evening, and 73 is there, and anyway. Yeah, Tim, I got the scanner school, but that's all I see. Roger, you're in this group too. If you get on Facebook Messenger, see if you see something else from Tim besides this Broadcastify scanner school thing. It was scanner school, but it was before that. That's who sent it. Let me see if I can find it again. could be the way Messenger does it. That's why I don't ever create a group usually. I just send stuff separately because with voiceover stuff gets lost. Anyway, Roger, I guess you made it to the house and in the house, all that.
Yeah, I done got me a cup of coffee made. Broke up some chicken livers for Lulu, and she's having herself a ball. Sitting there watching Cops Reloaded 2026. Yeah, I got quite a few different messages. One of them says, scanner school. Then something David replied, then something Tim replied, then something David replied.
We're looking for is an April Fool's joke that somebody did, that Trump did on about scanners or something. But to me, as far as what I'm looking at, it's lost.
Hell, I see. Hang on a minute. California, I don't see Trump's name on that one. Down at Bomb said if it has Trump's name associated with it, they'll fight it tooth and nail. Spend millions in legal action because they hate him so much. I don't know what that was replying to.
Alright, just to clarify, just for somebody that might get their feelings hurt or something, there's an April Fool's deal that Tim sent in this, that a rule that Trump supposedly made about scanners. Well, for some reason, I can't find it. The only video that I found from Tim in this group is the scanner school, and it's talking about, it's a real deal, it's talking about the new calls feature through Broadcastify that you can do and listen to Broadcastify feeds in a different way. Yeah, Roger, I'd say it appears that's what happened. It appears that if it must be hidden in this thing somewhere, that the only video I'm seeing is the scanner school. I'm not seeing that first one that he sent, so he's going to have to find it again.
All I got, scanner school and a comment and a reply and another reply, and that was it.
What I thought. Well, here in about 30, well, actually she wasn't born at 12:37, so, p.m. But Maddie will be 12 tomorrow.
down, made him a cup of coffee. He sat down there across from him. He said, okay, what do you want to talk about? He said, heck if I know, I never made this for before.
I knew that's what you was going to say. That's hilarious.
I thought that was pretty good.
Sure was. Well, the latest drought monitor, a noticeable increase. In the drought. While some rain is in the forecast, it will not be near enough to make a significant impact in the drought. Well, that means people don't need to get their hopes up on this rain we're supposed to get the next couple of days. I mean, I knew that was going to happen.
It's dry as anything falls. This will soak it up like a sponge, and then it'll be dry again.
Yeah, Roger, that mobile commando, it's got 8 positions in it as far as consoles, and it's just mobile radios set up in there, all it is. There's 4 in the front, in the main area, like the living room area would be in a camper or something. And then in the back, there's 4 more, so that way, people could be back there. It's designed to be used, in a major disaster where you can take phone calls and all that stuff in there if you had to. So, that's a good deal. Got three roof air conditioners on it, a 12,000 kilowatt generator. It's a diesel generator. It's very, very quiet, all insulated. It's mounted, up front. And it's a real nice setup.
Yeah, I'd like to come over and see that thing someday. We got a smaller one than that up there at work. But the guy that's over it, he said he didn't want nothing to do with it. Parks out there, and of course since he's going over it, can't nobody else touch it, and he don't want to touch it, so it's just sitting there rotting away. And Kelly said it had A5FM radios in it, had computers in it. At one time it even had internet link in it, and it's just sitting there doing nothing. Nobody can touch it because he's the one over it.
That makes no sense. I mean, now ours is not used all the time, but by George, when it's ready to be used, it can be used. It's housed at the airport. This is where they keep it, in one of the hangars. They got a hangar there. Of course, the county has a plane also. I bet we could make that happen. I'd like to have an event or something, and have it out there and show let the community look at it. They used to do that all the time, and I think they're trying to get some of that back going.
Like an open house deal. I know Mims does that, and LifeNet does that. LifeNet even brings their helicopter out and sets it down, lets people walk around and look at it. Has their ambulance set up there, and the big one and the little ones, little one. And I know some of the county police departments do the same thing,
Yeah. That I hear a lot of that going, at least once a year or so. That's a good deal. Anyway.
That last camper that I was living in before I got this one over in Manning Cove, it actually used to be the mobile command for Hot Spring County Sheriff. Still had his stickers on each side of it. But the woman that got it used to be on one of the auxiliaries. When they got ready to get a new one, she bought that one from them, just carried it out there and parked it in the woods. The stickers stayed on it all them years. And when I bought it, they was still there. I had to paint over them before I could pull it down the road. But anyway, they had tore out part of it to make like a console and a desk for an operator, And they used it every year at the county fair. That's the back end was like a break room, and the front end was like a command center or a dispatch center. Computers, radio, had the whole 9 yards in it.
Now this one here, it's got like a kitchenette in it. A little small kitchenette. Probably like you got. And got a bathroom in it that's not used. They don't use it. They can be, but they usually, if it's something like that, a disaster or big deal or whatever, they'll set porta potties up. The big porta potties stuff. Or they usually try to get a parking lot. Like today, we were set up at a church. So, right there across from, right there beside where we set up, we could just walk in a church and there was all your facilities that you needed. So.
Yeah. We used to have, it wasn't a command center, it was an 18-wheeler, and I was the driver. But back at the trailer, one of them big box trailers, it had a regular house wooden type door on it. Had workstations set up in there down both sides of it. I think it was like maybe 8 or 10 of them. It was a radio repair center. And we could bring in them field radios out of them Jeeps. They could bring them up there and we could pull it in there, test it, find out what module was bad, pull that one out, slap a new one in there, plug it up, close it up, send it right back to them, I said, shoot, 8 grader could do that, But anyway, it was a nice rig. I wished I could have got my hands on something like that. Pulled it with a 5-ton tractor trailer.
A5SWT, ain't nothing wrong with that. I was joking around today with a buddy of mine on the fire department that's also a ham, Brandon, I was talking about earlier. And I was joking around today, because I was in the command center and stuff. I said, wonder how hard it'd be to mount and put an A5FM radio in my motor home.
Be that hard at all. I got a dual band mobile mounted in mine, and antenna mounted on the front nose of it. Just regular mobile antenna. I got a new one to put on there, but I hadn't got it on there yet. I guess it's hard to get that thing over here and work on that some, but I'm going to do some changing out some radio. That radio that's in the truck, that's the one that's going in the camper. That's in the camper, I don't care for it because I ain't got no way to program it. Trying to program it on the face is a nightmare. And, anyway.
Yep. I know what you mean. Sure do. Nah, I would never put no alien radio in it. Don't need it, but I just was having fun. I might put maybe a ham radio in it, something I can do that on. But that come, if I go somewhere, I got Starlink Mini and M1KE. Like you said, what else do I really need it in 95% of the time?
Well, Eric's putting a little 25-foot fiberglass push-up type pole on the front of his camper and mounting an antenna on it, where when he gets parked, he can raise it up in the air, and he's going to put that 9600 in there. And because they're going to be pretty much living in it for a little while till they get opening in one of these housing places here in town, and then they'll start moving into it. And they're just going to travel and see different campsites and just live the easy life. But he's got a little hotspot thing that's supposed to be portable. He's going to put it, and I think he's going to put his hotspot in there where he can use his DMR radio. I'm liking the way this little 380 turned out. When I'm looking at the screen changing channel stuff, it's exactly like the 9600 and the 390. You couldn't tell you wasn't looking at one of the other ones.
That's good. That's a good deal. Sure is. But what you gonna decide? Dadgum, my English was terrible. At least I ain't being graded. What you decide to do on the that other radio?
Yes, I'll hang on to it a while. I mean, it ain't costing me nothing to sit here. It ain't eating anything. We did get a coat plug in it that worked, and it's got most everything I need in it. Well, a lot of stuff I don't need, but either way, I think it works fine. It's just hard to see the screen, but I could set it up in here for a base or something. It'd be great for that. And I don't know if I'll ever learn to set it up for crossband though, because that one's kind of complicated going through the menu and all. But anyway, I can make it work. But I am going to order me another 9600 to go in the truck.
Nothing wrong with that, then. Sure ain't.
All about putting it up there at work and take that 9600 and put in the truck. I thought, nah, I don't like that idea. I like that 9600 up there. And thought about doing the same thing here, and I thought, nah, I don't like that idea either. I'm just going to leave them two where they're at and get me another one for the truck.
That will be a good deal there, then. Let's see, I'll read this to you. If anybody else wants to hear it. Friday severe weather outlooks. Storms are expected to track into Arkansas on Friday evening and move east throughout the state. The storms may be strong to severe as they enter the northern and western part of the state. There you go.
When they showed the radar at 10 o'clock, of course, I know that stuff changes daily, but when they showed the radar, most of it was just green indicating rain only. It didn't show anything looked like it might be severe.
Oh yeah, it ain't gonna be much to it, basically.
Gonna hurt Kelly's feelings.
Really?
Yeah. I think he actually prays for death-defying, deadly severe weather outbreak, and he wants to be right in the middle of it.
N5CG.
Where Tim went off to?
I don't know.
Around here. May do it tomorrow. So I gotta try to find this little... I thought I bought a little old stand for a 380. And he's having trouble with his falling over all the time. Afraid he's gonna break. So I said I owed him if I could find it, and I sent it to him, but I don't know where it's at.
There's some on crime radar there. Maybe you can find that though.
It's around here. It's just a matter of locating.
Roger, I just sent you what I was talking about there.
I'll open up and look at it right quick.
November 5, Zulu Echo.
Yeah, good morning. Hey, good evening there. Almost morning, K5SWT. How you doing? That's Stephen down here, just Pine Bluff area, Jefferson County.
Steven, I recognize your voice. This is Steven up in Springdale, by the way, N5CG. I'm doing good tonight. Just got out of the, anyway, got home from the Ham Club meeting we had up here, and, you know, I got out of there late because I was helping break down and all that, because, you know, somebody's got to. Anyway, I just want to see if somebody's on the air tonight before I try to put my head on the pillow.
W5DI.
K5SWT. Sorry, but I had to wait till my clear node quit talking because it's just, you know, it's not full duplex. I couldn't key up over it. It was given the midnight weather conditions there. Yeah, me and Roger's on here. But good to hear you.
Bad, really.
N5ZE, and hello, again, hello, Steven. I just wanted to reach out and see if I could talk to somebody tonight. Just wondering how y'all doing. It's been a great night for me. We had our normal monthly meeting tonight, and it was awesome. Anyway, how you guys doing tonight in N5CG?
I guess I'm doing pretty good. If I got any better, couldn't stand it. If I got any worse, I wouldn't know what to do about it. So I guess I'm in the middle somewhere there.
Yeah, roger that. I'm about the same. Did you ever get my email? I tried to send the email to your QRZ page a couple of times, and just wondering if it's making it down there. If it's not, you might check your spam folder or something. I don't know why I would go into spam, but I tried to email you again. Anyway, just wondering how it went.
I did get it, and I've been waiting to hear you on there to see is your address on QRZ correct?
Yes, sir. My email address on QRZ is correct. I copied yours right off QRZ and to the send to thing, so it was, if I remember right, it was W5DI@outlook.com. Is that still current?
W5DI, yeah, that's correct. And but yeah, I'll get you something coming to you. I was talking about your mailing address for the physical mail.
Oh, is that what it was? I didn't include my mailing address in there. Is that what? That sounds like something I do.
I didn't look at the top part. I just went down and looked at the bottom and to see what the total was. But it may be on there. I can go back and look at it again. But I was just curious. I said I'm gonna ask him if his mailing address on QRZ, if it's still correct.
Well, yes, sir. And you know, I done told you in the email and online and everything else, but I ain't no hurry. When you get ready, I know you're good for it. So just don't sweat it. Yeah, let me give you my phone number. I think you got it, but let me give you my phone number just in case. I don't mind putting it out there this late at night. It's 479 276 0656.
Yep, I got it wrote down here.
You know, like I said, Roger, there's no hurry. You had told me the other night you didn't get the email or something like that, so I thought, well, maybe I messed up. I was just wondering if it would get to you. It sounds like it is, so no problem. Anyway, how's things been going for you? I've been not able to get on the air here lately, and missing here. Of course, I do say it every now and again, but anyway, how's things been going with you?
Been doing pretty good. I had a tree fall across the house, tore up half the porch of the roof on the porch, but it didn't get into the house itself. So the covered pole barn type cover over it saved it, and that's what it was put up there to do. So it did its job. And me and Stephen went and ate barbecue the other day, and I should have got the pork instead of the beef. But other than that, everything fine.
you and Steven had a good time, and by the way, it sounds like you went to a barbecue place there down around Malvern or something. Any recommendations on a good place to eat down there?
That little 270, that Poland 270 grill there, it's halfway between Malvern and Sheridan. In fact, that's where I grew up. My whole life right around Poland there. Lived 2 blocks in the middle of town. But they built a little old dairy bar. Then they enclosed it in and made the building bigger, turned it into a full-blown restaurant. They got some pretty good food. We stopped there one day, a couple of weeks ago, and got the fish platter. But that was mighty good eating right there. Then we went back last Tuesday and decided we'd try the barbecue. And I ordered a barbecue brisket, and I'm thinking I'm going to get a smoked brisket, you know, like I would smoke myself. And this was some kind of little old square, diced up chunks of meat, and they just put like a couple of tablespoons of them on the bun, and they poured a little barbecue sauce on them, and that was it. But the one he got the pulled pork, and that thing was loaded up with meat. And I said, I got the wrong one. I should have got that one.
Yeah, Roger that. Hey, I'm gonna have to. You know, I think you are aware my dad passed away down there in Emmett, and but the 4 of us brothers still own the property down there, and I'm gonna try to get down there as much as I can. So I'm gonna next time I go down that way, I'm gonna try to give you a call and see if we can't. I'd love to try that place out. So and I'd love to meet you. That's the main reason for it anyway. So yeah, if I can get down that way pretty soon, I will give you a call and see if we can meet up, and I'll buy you lunch even. Anyway, N5CG for ID.
I like a plan. Yeah, well, you got my phone number, because we talked on the phone. And I'm on the 120. If I'm around, I'm on the 120, because I got all these handhelds, and I got the M1KE, so I'll never lose contact anymore. But I'm off on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, so they give me all day to goof off, or whatever. And yeah, you start down this way, just give me a holler.
Yeah, it seems like we left Steven out there, but I don't want to do that. But when he gets back around to you, how you liking that M1KE, by the way? And Steven, I think it's your turn. N5 steady.
Yeah, I'm fixing to wind it down here. I'm real honestly. And I'm not saying that just because I'm going to go to bed. It's been a long day. It's been a good day. I mean, as far as what I got to be in the Sheriff's Department Mobile Command Center today down here and help with a deal that they had. But anyway, yeah, Roger is loving that M1KE. He tells everybody he knows about it. And I'm going to get me one here, hopefully by this time next month, or to have it. So, on a little project to come through, and on the business side of things, and I'm gonna get me one. Tried to get it, I wanted to get it when the sale was going on. They had a sale like right at the end of March, the last week of March, and I said, well, I couldn't do it. So I said, well, it ain't going up that much more. So, but hey, you like yours, Roger likes his, and everybody else that I've talked to likes theirs. So I might as well join the club.
Mine, everywhere I go, even if I carry a handheld, I still carry the M1KE. So Like the other day, we was over at that restaurant. I just linked it to my phone and linked it up to this system here, and everything come in was just crystal clear, but we couldn't pick up nothing on the handheld but static. And Jason, he was just sitting there looking at it and grinning. He's, boy, that's good and clear, ain't it? I said, yeah, you need to get you one of these, I'm telling you.
Just like Roger says, if you got cell phone service, you got a link to the repeater, at least the ones that are linked to the National State Network, Arkansas, whatever. Anyway, yeah, I like mine too because of that fact. I mean, I can't always hit a repeater. Most of the time I got cell phone service, and I just turn it over to connect that N5CG to my cell phone, and I'm good to go. And especially if I'm traveling, it's wonderful. I usually like All-Star is the best, my best one, but it'll do Echo Link and D-Star, DMR. It's computing and all that kind of stuff. It's all around workhorse. It's a good investment. I know it's not cheap, but for $400 you get something that you don't need an extra radio, especially when you got to buy a radio for each type of digital mode you want to do. This one is one radio. It's got the push stop button and all that, but it's just one thing, and you do have to have internet connection somehow. But anyway, that's the only drawback about it. But it goes out over the as long as you connect that internet connection to a repeater somewhere, you're out over the normal radio frequency range. Anyway, I would highly recommend it, but it's to each his own. N5ZE.
You explain it like, I look at it like it's a wireless mic that I can take anywhere I want to go, and it don't have to be linked to a radio nowhere.
Well, I mean, nowadays, K5FM, you know, nowadays, internet is going to be available 90, at least 90% of the time. I mean, just like today in the mobile command center. Didn't have good cell phone signal, but I had internet. Sure, I had to do like you do. I keep Wi-Fi calling turned on. I was able to use my cell phone just like me and you talking now. So why not?
Like I said, laying over in that hospital bed, so I only had to stay there till 5 o'clock that evening. They had to watch me for X amount of hours after the procedure, before they let me leave. Make sure we don't start bleeding or nothing and all that. Well, I got to go in here again here in a couple of weeks and have to do some more on that leg, and they said I might end up having to stay overnight in that one. So this blockage right behind my left knee. I'm hoping that when we get that cleared up, that left foot will start acting right, so it hurts naked all the time. I thought, well, that's a good deal. I can't use a handheld over there, but I've got that N5CG, and I can turn my phone on, and the hospital probably has Wi-Fi. I can lay there in the bed and talk just like I'm talking right now. Make time go by quicker.
Yep. Both of y'all need a good lag, don't you? In that mobile command center today, and one of the deputies, she's also on our fire department. She opens the door up. She's outside. I'm just sitting there, by myself at that time. She opens the door up. She says, Stephen, Dennis wants you to come out here and look at these clouds and tell me, see if it's going to rain or not.
Did you tell her, all right, I'll get right on that?
Actually, I said, give me a minute. I'll have a comeback for you in a second. I wasn't expecting it at the time.
I would have told him, well, we need to put a weather rock out there.
I tell you what, hey, it rained. It didn't last long, but I wouldn't have been out in it.
Stephen, he mentioned that weather rock reminded me of one. I found a little rock somewhere. It looked just like an egg, flat on one side. But the rest of it, you lay it on the table and it looked just like a little tiny egg laying there. We got some of that deep blue, kind of metal flake type fingernail polish. We painted that little rock. And I carried it around in my pocket. We was over at the Waffle House one day. And I pulled that little, we just messing with the waitress, I pulled that little rock out and I laid it and set it on the table. Me and Ray just folded our arms on the table, sitting there staring at it. Come back through there and she says, what are y'all doing? I said, do you see that? I said, that's a rock egg. We're waiting on it to hatch. She looked at us kind of funny and scratched her head. She said, well, what's it going to be when it hatches? And I said, a little pile of sand.
Oh, my eyes are tearing up on that one. Yeah, that's fun.
Like we didn't even notice it or nothing, She come through and she said, what is that? I said, that's a sex stone. She said, a sex stone? She said, what is a sex stone? I said, just another effing rock.
Now I know for sure I need to come buy you lunch sometime. I'll be entertained for sure. N570 Friday.
Always trying to find some way to mess with somebody. Put this little bit of salt on the table and balance the salt shaker on its edge, where it looks like it's just about to fall over, but you got it balanced there and stays there. They come by and they'll look at that salt shaker sitting up there on that corner. They're like, how'd you do that? I said, I can't tell you.
Guys, I'm going to have to get off here. I got to work tomorrow. And it's good talking to you, Stephen, and you too, Roger, as always. You guys have a good evening. This is N5CG. I think I'm going to try to retire this evening. So you guys have a good evening.
Hey, Stephen, good talking to you. Get ready to W5DI.
We'll catch you later on there. A5FM and KG5DPK. It's always good to hear you in there. But, yeah, Roger, need to go go to bed, but I ain't sleeping yet. Well, I didn't take the corner like I normally do, so when the clothes are dry. I figured, honestly, I'd just be more tired this evening. But I think what helped me, I came home and did not get back in the recliner. I came home, come inside for a second, got me something to drink, and went out on the porch. And stayed out on the porch most of the evening, till time to go to the church for the thing. So, I think that helped me more than anything. Sometimes if you do kick back late in the evening like that, I know it does me, makes you feel worse the rest of the evening.
I was feeling kind of run down, wore out, and tired. Wasn't feeling all that great the other night. That's one of the days I was off. About 7:30, 8 o'clock, I thought, well, I'm just going to go in there and lay down on the bed and stretch out, because I lay there where I can watch the TV, And I put the TV on, gun smoke, and I'm laying there watching. Well, I dozed off. About 8 o'clock. I didn't wake up till about 10 o'clock when the news come on. I got alarms at 7 o'clock to let me know when it's time to turn the news on. Then I was up the rest of the night. Couldn't hardly go. It's about almost 4 o'clock in the morning before I got tired enough to go back to bed.
I did that the other night, Friday night. Remember? I laid down fairly early. It was before 10:30. Went to sleep in the recliner before 9 o'clock. Woke up at 12:30 wide awake, got on the radios, and me and you got on the phone at 3.
I remember that. It was on the phone part of that time.
Yeah, I'm looking for that April Fool's joke thing that Tim said he sent in that message in that group. I'm looking at it for it on the internet, and that gummit, I can't find it nowhere.
Did you ever stop and think that might have been the April Fools? You get to hunting something you can't find.
Well, it could. I guess it could be.
I can figure out where that little stand is for that radio. I know I've got one. I can't find it nowhere.
I know you got one too because you ordered them at the same time.
I got that's the one that's the bow thing. UV5 or that's the big one. It's UV25 because I got it screwed to the table. Radio set in it and the coax hooked to it on the outside antenna. It's set up more or less like a base. So I've got a 10-watt base sitting here. On top of the other stuff. And there was one more here. I know it's here because I played with it.
send you a little short audio clip, Roger, and I want you to tell me your opinion on it before I go to bed. It ain't but about a minute long. You'll understand it when you hear it.
I hope it's multiple choice.
No, it ain't multiple choice, but you understand. Let's see. It's down here. I got it in here somewhere. Because I said, send it out.
I got a piece of paper with a bunch of questions. Well, it ain't a bunch. It's probably about like 5 or 6 questions, but I may need your help on that.
N5CG.
Well, I can call you on the phone right quick. I mean, I need to go probably turn these clothes back on anyway. I want to do it now.
I don't want to do it now. I'm done ready for bed, and it's out there on the dash of the truck. What it is they give us and this is the first place I ever worked that does this. In order to get to 1 or 2 or 3% raise, whatever they give us, you know, you've got to fill out a self-evaluation form. And you score yourself on the front, which I already did that. Then they ask questions like, tell me of a time where you went above and beyond or did this, that, and the other to help a customer or a shareholder or something like that, you know, a client of a company or whatever. And how you understood the problem and what you did to help them or correct, you know, just stupid stuff like that. And I thought, well, you know how to do that AI thing and make it sound better. I was going to see if he might give me a hand with that.
I sure will give you a hand. Well, we just get together tomorrow. What time you go to work tomorrow? You leave about 2:30. Well, we get together tomorrow about lunchtime a little after, couldn't we?
It'd be better to do it after I get off work. So about lunchtime, that's when I start getting ready to take the shower and all that, get dressed and all what have you. And the rest of the morning, I'm waking up, getting my coffee down. So it'd be better to do it in the evening like this. Don't have to be done tomorrow. I mean, we can wait a couple of days or whatever. It ain't no big hurry on it. I don't know what the deadline is, but she told me that. I said, how you gonna do it? She says, get in a dark room or a quiet room, turn your radios off, turn the TV off, and just sit and think and study. She said, heck, make up something if you have to.
Kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah. That sounds good, because they ain't no way they can double check to see if you actually done whatever, you know, is on there, whatever, you know. So anyway, she said you just got to have something filled out. One lady just put one-line answers on there, and the other lady, she said, filled out a whole paragraph on each one of them on hers. So she said, just put down something.
Yeah, it must be something that you got to do, but they don't really look at your responses, I guess.
them over and read them, and they think, and they decide whether you get the, well, I think this and he deserves 1% or the 2%. You go anywhere from 1 up to a 3% raise. You know, that's above and beyond the 2% that everybody's supposed to get.
Okay. Mercy. I'm gonna send you this here. Yeah, I'll help you with that though. That won't be no big deal. Kelly might have some ideas if he's done it before too. Wait, I help you.
He thinks less about it than I do. He said he's gonna throw his in the trash. He wasn't gonna put it down. This is the craziest thing I ever heard of. One day she says, I worked a lot of places in my life and I ain't never worked anywhere that did some crazy stuff like it. I said, no, I said, how you can't have people do self-evaluation because everybody's perfect in their own mind. You know, I think I'm the best employee they got, you think you're the best employee they got, and so forth, so on down the line. And I said, this is something that the supervisor should be filling out on each individual under her, or him, or whoever, you know. Think, well, old Joe, he's a real good worker, does a great job, but he don't never get here on time. And Billy Bob there, he's always on time, but he ain't worth a flip at doing his job. He just barely does enough to get by, you know, stuff like that. The supervisor should be the one filling that out, not each individual.
I've heard some similar stuff at the hospital down here. My mother-in-law worked there she worked down in the surgical processing department down there, you know, cleaning all the instruments and stuff. And sending up trays, you know, the OR and everything, but they had to do some stupid stuff like that too. Made no sense. Check that audio file out though right quick. You can tell that Adam Department of Emergency Management officer was not happy.
Login required. I got to build an account and log in before I can hear it.
No, you don't. Hold on. Because it'll make you pay something. Hold on a minute. You got to log in to hear the archives, don't you? Let me send you something to log in to use. It's just where you can log into it don't cost me nothing. So, because I'm a feed provider. Hold on a second. I'm going to send you a username and a password. Okay. Then you can listen to, you can stay logged in if you want to, like I do, and you can go and listen to any archive that you want to listen to. So to save you a little trouble, and then I can still keep the password stuff tomorrow. Let me download it as an MP3 and send it to you that way.
Yeah, I think that's the way y'all usually do it. Y'all send me stuff y'all have already downloaded.
There we go. I just sent you a link to the archives. I didn't send the actual file. There we go. There you go. You'll hear me on there in just a second. I'm using a call sign as mobile command.
Yeah, he kept the energy on Macintosh. He just ignored him.
You don't know what the crap she's doing. I can say that because I've known her ever since she was born.
I've been around folks like that before.
Did you hear me on there too?
I recognized the voice, but I didn't get the call sign because when you talk pretty fast.
I was either command post or mobile command, just whatever I was in the mood for. But, he was talking about the stuff that was located. It ended up being a deer.
Yeah. I heard one of them say bones, and then somebody else come back and said, understand you located some items. It's like some things you just don't blurt out over the radio.
That was me. I couldn't understand what he said at first. It was digital, and he mumbles, about half mumbles anyway, and I had two other people in there, talking, trying to get stuff together on a map overlay and stuff too. And which in something like this, it could have been said over the radio, because if they would have found something, if we would have found something today, we knew what we were looking for. This has been and I can say all this because this is all public knowledge. This is a two-year old case, okay? I'll send you the link if you look at it if you want to, from the sheriff's office press release about it today. But that's what it is. The family, I guess, has reason to believe that his remains are still in that area, and it's one of them deals. They'll probably never find it.
Said on the has been located, but they said due to privacy they wasn't going to give any other details other than that. And then they went off into that guy interviewing one of the investigators, and he said, what's the difference between now and back then and now? And he said, well, now we have this, we got the drones, and we got all this other stuff, cell phones and stuff that we didn't have back then, and we can do cell phone analysis, track them, and all this kind of stuff. We have a lot more stuff at our, a lot more resources that we can use now that we didn't have back then, you know.
Yeah, I agree with that. Sure will. But anyway, well, I'm going to get off here, and I'm going to call it a night and see what happens tomorrow. Going to have a birthday get-together for Maddie tomorrow evening. And we'll have a big meal for her, cake. I hope we get some ice cream. Gotta have some ice cream to go with it. But anyway, I'm looking forward to it. So I'll be on the radio tomorrow, but it'll be, probably at least 9 o'clock or so, or after before I get on there. But I'll get on some probably during the day. But I enjoyed it, and we'll do it again. I don't know what happened to Tim. He was on there, and then just all of a sudden, he was gone. So I don't know what happened. I hope he's all right up there.
Yeah, I'm all right. I've been listening to y'all. We're on the phone here, so. But I've been listening to y'all. Hope you have a good night over that way. We'll catch up with you tomorrow. We should be around somewhere if we get any of these storms tomorrow. Ryan Hall said it ain't looking good for a lot of people Friday, but of course that's not really us. But well, we're not a lot of other places. K5TL.
Stephen, I'll talk at you tomorrow. Sam, I'll say good evening to you. I think I'm ready to do the same thing myself.
We're not too far behind. Get you tomorrow too. K5TL.
W5DI.
Tim, if you run across that thing on Facebook again, send it to us or something. We couldn't find it. The only thing that showed up on there and Roger looked was Scanner School. And I sent you that audio file. Listen to it, Tim, and you can send me your response. I'll have my phone in there with me, have a AirPod in for a little bit till I go to sleep. So I'd be curious your response. But that Adam Watch officer was getting aggravated. And I wasn't scanning, or I would have took care of it myself. Anyway, K5SW.
Yeah, I'll check that audio file. I'll see if I can find that. I don't know why it didn't send. K5TL.
1 a.m. Good morning.
From W5DI. A5DI. W5DI. W5DI. W5DI repeater in West Little Rock.
5 a.m. Good morning.
From W5DI. W5DI. I repeated in West Little Rock.
A5FM. Good morning.
From W5DI.
Morning. A5KUU.
N5CG.
Good morning to you. N9G Air
Good morning, A5.
How you guys doing this morning on this nice Friday?
For the race. Briefings are ready. How are you doing?
Yeah, you sound like you're kind of far away from the repeater, kind of down in the weeds, stretching a little bit far. Are you on an HT by any chance?
Yeah, firm with you. I'm probably, I don't know, 20 plus miles from the repeater. I'm
Oh, that's pretty good. You're doing pretty good then with that little HT. You said 20 or 30 miles? That's pretty cool. I believe your voice sounds familiar too. My name's David. I believe we may have spoken in the past. I haven't been on the radio much lately, but my family doesn't want to play radio in the morning so much anymore. So I'm starting to get on this repeater a little bit these last couple days.
I'm Rocky up here in Greensboro, Conway area, Greensboro. But yeah, I'm the same way. I let the radio sit for a little while, and then it's going to pick it back up, and I decided to get nervous because it's not radio time. So anyways, good hearing from you, Mr. Dave, and I got to get back to work. So I heard you holler out, and I just want to say good morning.
Yes, sir, that sounds fine. You have a good day. Yeah, your voice does sound familiar in Conway. Okay. Hope you have a nice day. Have a nice day at work. K5KUU, I'm mobile.
All right, man. Safe travels. This is K.I.5 Zulu Kilo Charlie. Rocky Conway.
NGI, Spring Hill, Louisiana. Yes, sir, yeah. The Louisiana folks. You guys are pretty active in the morning. There's that, I used to talk to a number of you guys going into work before I, convinced my wife to put radios in their cars. But now that my daughter's got her driver's license, she doesn't really use it as much anymore. So we're not using the radios in the morning on the way to work as much anymore. So here I am, back on the repeaters. How are you this morning?
Well, doing good, doing good. I just heard you in there and thought I'd come in there and say hi right quick. I'm sitting there in front of my office and I guess need to go in, so I don't have a very long commute like I used to. Some places I've had 30-mile commutes and I've got to talk quite a bit. But here I've got about maybe a mile and a half if I'm lucky, N9GI.
Hey, then, that sounds fine. I hope you have a good day at work as well. KI5KUU.
KI5TEU. November 9, Golf, India. We'll be clear.
trouble.
N5CG.
A.M. Good morning.
From W5DI.
Charlie Bravo on Union Charlie Victor. Set call, over.
Flag station, how you can get your call sign? KJ5OLC mobile.
This is Kilo 5, Whiskey Charlie Bravo, over.
Kilo 5, Whiskey Charlie Bravo. This is Kilo Juliet 5, Oscar Lima Charlie. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing well, and I hear it slow, so can you see that call sign one more time, please?
I'm sorry, sir, but it's overmodulating a little bit. It's really sounds like it's got a cotton ball on the mic.
Roger that. Can you repeat your call zone?
Yes, sir. It is KJ5OLC. That's Kilo Juliet 5, Oscar Lima Charlie.
All right. Roger that. Is my mic better now?
That's a little bit better. Go ahead, Kelly. KJ5OLC.
Appreciate it. Hey, Union County Station, if you could pull way back out of your microphone. You're very, very overdriven and distorted through the system. I don't know if you have a mic gain on that device or what have you, but if you could, at least pull back out of your microphone and try it again. The gain is extremely high.
Roger that. It's Kilo 5, Whiskey Charlie Bravo. Is that better?
That is better. We can now understand what you're saying. It's still real hot. If you can, is there a gain or what kind of device are you talking on, by the way?
Motorola 1550. Let me look and see if I can turn this mic down a little bit on it.
Motorola 1550s, I like those radios. They're real good. If you program them, there is a setting in them that you can turn on. It's automatic gain control. It's AGC on that profile or channel. If you turn the full AGC on the mic or on that channel profile, you can yell into it and you won't overmodulate, or you can hold it out at arm's length and whisper and it will pull the audio up. Of course, you may know that already. Those Motorola's are pretty neat that way.
Yeah, so I just got the radio program, so let me go back in here and see if I can work on that automatic gain control. This is Kilo 5, Whiskey Charlie Bravo. This is Greg down in Spearsville. Over.
Well, that as well. Some people forget them and it makes their audio sound muddy. Okay, well, it's your program. Good to meet you. W5RHS Benton.
Roger. Let me go program this. I'll be right back.
KJ5OLC. Kelly, how's this radio sounding? It's Motorola APX 6000.
It sounds wonderful. I like it a lot.
Cool. Means I got it working right. Anyway, Kelly, I'm at work right now in the work truck, so I will catch you back later sometime. 73's to you. KJ5OLC, clear.
Later, maybe you can put you a radio in the work truck. That'd be cool. You never know when you might need it. Catch you later, W5RHS.
Bravo. Test call, over. Kilo 5, good, Charlie Bravo, County repeater, test call, over. Coming in good, N5CG, Springfield, Louisiana. Thank you. I think I found the mic gain. Is that better? Sounds like you're kind of back away from it a lot. Okay, I was at 28 and backed it down to 15, and I have to program it. It's a Motorola. I'm holding the mic a little closer to my mouth now. How does that sound? That'll work. That should work. N5CG. Is it a desk mic? Yeah, Roger. Tell you what, if you're going to be on here for a minute, let me go bump that thing back up to about 20 and see if we can get it comfortable just sitting here on the desk talking over. Sounds good. N5CG. Roger. Be right back.
N5CG.
Kilo 5, Whiskey Charlie Bravo, from Union County repeater, over. Yeah, I don't have a lot of good presence to it. It's almost hard to describe. I don't know if your repeater has a parrot mode or not. If you have parrot mode, you could talk and then it would send the recording back to you. It doesn't have that mode because this is just a two-way programmable. I have to go into software to make changes. I can't just dial anything in. So just got the radio. It'll take me a little bit, but once I get it at the right level, we'll leave it alone. But how is this over? Okay. Now, where are you in relation to your repeater? Because it sounds like you're a little distance from your repeater even. Yeah, I think I'm about 15 miles south of the repeater, over. Yeah, that may be part of the issue too, because I'm not hearing you, the repeater capturing your signal real good, so that could be a problem. Probably best thing to do is get closer somehow. If you could get closer into range on the repeater, then you could probably set it real good. Yeah, Roger. It's a base radio. It's mounted here. So tell you what, if you don't mind, go back in and bump that gain up a few more dB and just see what happens. Because when I first came on, I was really, really strong over. Yeah. You might try that a little bit. I mean, this will work. It'll work. As just what I was hearing is not a lot of good ambience or good presence to the signal there. Not a lot of body to it, I guess, another way to put it, N5CG. Roger, Kilo 5, Whiskey Charlie Bravo. I appreciate your patience and your help. Let me dial this thing up a little bit, and I'll be right back. N5CG. Kilo 5, Whiskey Charlie Bravo. Audio test on Union County repeater, over. N5CG. Yeah, that's probably about as best as you're going to get it right now. Like I say to you, you have a good way to get to a closer source there, but that'll probably work. N5CG. Yeah, I'm just coming up a couple of dB at a time. I started out at 28, and I dropped down to 15. Last one was at 20, and I bumped it up to 23 now. I mean, you think we go back up some more, I'm happy to do that, whatever you think. Right there, because there's noise with your signal, and I think that's part of it. I think if it was full quieting, you'd be good. You know, if you had a full quieting signal. You know, if I was up there somewhere where we could do direct, say not through a repeater and get you direct, get a good capture, we could really tell. But I think this will be good until you get a good strong signal into the repeater. Roger that. Where are you located, Tyler? Spring Hill, Louisiana. Wow, okay, I'm over at Spearsville. I got a good friend that lives over at Sorrento, named Robert, huh? What did you say, Robert Smith, or who'd you say it was in N5CG? It's Dayton Roberts, over. Yeah. He don't live here anymore. He's up close to El Dorado, I think is where he's living. Where he's just short. He might sound good on your end, but he's overdriven so bad up here that we can't hardly understand him. It's when he talks, I'm telling you, it's too much. With that, I just having a hard time because he's not really into the repeater good and strong, and there's some noise in there with it. You know, if it was like your signal, see, I can tell with your signal because there's not a lot of hash coming in with your signal. N5CG. When you have one of those signal boosting, your mic gain will not help it. You need more power. His audio is overdriven badly. I mean, it sounds like, it's rough up here. W5 or 8. I'm saying leave it right there till he can get till he could get somewhere where he could get some more power into the repeater, because he said he's 15 miles from the repeater. But I do agree with you there. But you know, of course, some of it you try to let him down easy too in N5CG. A0D. And Mr. Chris. Fellas. Who's that guy down there? It sounds like he's using one of them big old Motorola desk mics. That's what it sounds like. You hear like background room noise. That's what it's going down. Hey, we're all talking about you down there. Do you happen to be using one of them desk mics? like the one that sits on the desk, like a dispatcher mic. That's what it sounds like. Yeah, that's your problem. If you got a hand mic, throw it on there. It'll clean it up. But yeah, those desk mics are hot. You might have to work on it a little bit. But yeah, I was sitting here listening to y'all talk. I was like, nah, it's the desk mic. They're awfully convenient, but they're real noisy.
Those desk mics do have a variable on the back. You take a little micro slot screwdriver and stick it in the back. And there is a little variable you can turn the gain down.
Yeah, that's on a lot of those, like Kelly said. So I got to get back to it. I'll be back in a little bit. I got to finish up a couple emails that I just wanted to pop in here. I'll be right back. NA0D.
Glad to hear you, and sir, I'm definitely wanting to try to help you, but I'd put that mic gain down around 15 to 17 again. Excuse me. If you have Broadcastify, you can go to W5RHS Skywarn repeater, and you can hear, our audio, the audio, what it sounds like coming through here, W5RHS.
That's what I was telling him. He needs to go to a repeater where he can listen to the parent and let the parent, let it come back to him. Know a lot of times what you need to say, but you don't want to hurt a guy's feelings either, because you're giving it the old college try there, N5CG.
Absolutely. I do not want to hurt anybody's feelings or discourage them. I want to encourage them. It always makes me excited when I hear a new base station coming online, and man, I want them on here. I want to hear them sound good and increase the coverage and have new friends to talk to. If there's any way I can help somebody to sound good and get their station running right, I'm all for it. And that goes for me too. If mine gets out of kilter or whatever. Somebody say, hey man, your radio is doing this or doing that. I won't be offended, just because I want to know. I want it to sound okay.
Kilo 5, Whiskey Charlie Bravo. I did find that little pod screw on this mic and turned it down some. Is that any better? So
that sounds pretty good to me. You have just a little bit of hash on your signal, but the audio sounds not bad. Is your pre-emphasis turned on that channel on the transmitter?
So let me explain. I've got an ICOM 7300 and a Armatron 600 watt on my HF rig, and I got all kind of controls. This radio is just a Motorola CDM 1500 80 channel two-way radio. So any changes I have to make, I have to unplug the mic, plug the programming cable in, go into the software, make changes, and I'm figuring all that out, but I logged into this software for the first time about 30 minutes ago, so I am on a steep learning curve on this, over.
Yeah, I've programmed quite a few of those. In fact, I own several of them. They can be kind of a pain in the keister to start with. Yeah, on each individual channel profile, where you set the transmit frequency, receive frequency, transmit PL, receive PL, reverse burst, and all that stuff. Usually there's a tab that says, for pre-emphasis, de-emphasis, or none, or flat. You always want to select normal pre-emphasis, de-emphasis, so it will pre-emphasize signal going out, and it will de-emphasize signal coming into you. There's that option for each individual channel. Believe me, I found that out the hard way. I had to drive 35
Roger that. Yeah, I'm going to look for that now, but from where I started to where I am now, is it any better or is it about the same still?
Better. It's better. You might be able to take the edge, just to shade down more, just to shade. Too far, sir.
All right, back up a little bit. Is that any better, over?
Come on up.
All right, going up about a quarter of a turn, over.
Run that there for right now so you get the settling in, adjusting. What do you think, Mike? W5RHS. Oh, by the way, my name's Kelly. I'm up here in Benton, Saline County, Arkansas. Glad to meet you, and I'm glad to hear you on there, man.
Yeah, this is Greg. I'm down here just south of El Dorado in Louisiana. Just got my general license about 2 weeks ago and been on HF and moved over here to the CAUHF radio, and this is the first time it's been powered up or keyed this morning, so if I get it set, maybe we'll be okay.
Congratulations on your general, man. That's great. I got to upgrade to mine pretty soon. Putting it off. Anyway, did we lose Mike there in Louisiana? Might have stepped away from the radio. How was my signal? I mean, how's my audio? Since we're adjusting everything, is mine okay? A lot of background, too loud, too soft, or okay?
You sound fine. A5, I believe that.
I appreciate it. I like to run a checkup on my station every now and then, just make sure it's still okay, in case I bumped the knob or something.
Roger that, I understand. And Greg, you sound good locally through the repeater.
Bravo. Okay, I found a transmit power high and low setting. I was on high and I went to low. Is that any better?
Absolutely not. Put it back on high. You need every bit of RF gain you can get.
Hey, Greg. I'm not Greg. Doggone it, I know your name. Anyway, down there, right there on the repeater with him, I'm going to turn it over to you and get out of the way. Because you can hear him best of all. W5RHS.
Roger that. Take care, Kelly. Hey, Greg, this is Chris. That's actually my repeater in El Dorado, so I can help you troubleshoot some of this. But turn your transmit power back to high. You're going to need all the RF you can get back up here to it.
Hey, I don't know if you guys were talking. This is Kilo 5 Whiskey Charlie Bravo. I was going through the programming and it has to reset the radio, so the radio went off. I missed some of that. I'm back on the transmit high power setting, over.